Il y a les interprètes de... Comme ça, c'est bon? On m'entend? Oui. Très bien. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous invite à prendre vos places, s'il vous plaît.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are very happy to welcome you here in the French Pavilion at the occasion of this COP27, at the end of a second ministerial meeting of the ministers of the Alliance of the Protection of Rain and Humid Forests. We are 3 years after Madrid, at the turning point of our initiatives for the forests. First of all, because it was essential for the climate, and this is why we are gathered here in Sharm el-Sheikh. Today is also essential for the biodiversity, and we are preparing ourselves for our presence in Montreal, where we will continue to talk about the important challenges for the three great basins of tropical forests on the planet: Amazonia, namely Congo Basin, and the Southeast Asia. This initiative is extraordinary. It has many links and many applications on the ground. We in the next half hour, we are going to give you 3 examples of what can be done to preserve the forests. First of all, we'll foster the work that is being accomplished in the Congo Basin by the countries who have forests and the countries that are the partners. In a few moments, Christian Grock will present you his work. Then we will present you what we do with Conservation International and the local communities in Amazonia. And finally, you will have a presentation of the Tropisco initiative of the National Center of Spatial Studies that will be ensured by our friend Laurence Monnier-Smith. So I hope that you hear me better than I hear you, but the noise during a COP is normal, but we managed to hear each other. So with no further ado, Dr. Christian Rook will present your initiative and its facilitation on the partnership for the forests of the Congo Basin. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ministers of the member countries for the Alliance for the Preservation of Tropical Forests, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. It's a particular honor for me to speak at this ministerial meeting, Alliance of the Alliance of the Conservation of Tropical Forests and Wetlands. This meeting offers me the opportunity to present you some of the achievements of the German facilitation of the Congo Basin Forest Partnership. It's called the CBFP. The CBFP is a network, a multi-stakeholder initiative, a voluntary partnership of the Type 2 of the United Commission for Development for Better Coordination, collaboration and synergies among the actors that are important in the preservation of the Congo Basin forests. The this partnership is sponsored by a rotating facilitation between donors over 3 years. We're talking now about the organization of Type 1 of the EU. This partnership is piloted, as I said, by a facilitation between the donors over 2 or 3 years. The CBFP does not have the formal power, but has a convening power to allow important actors to talk to each other in a difficult political context, who are so important, and it's the only one that attracts more CO2. During our mandate, the German CP felicitated, and despite the COVID-19, several activities foreseen in the roadmap have been carried out. The first line of work was maybe the most important, was to support the countries of the Congo Basin in their countries to desire to speak with one voice, and above all to support the participatory and multi-stake work with contribution that increases the political weight, and of course with the support to the participative elaboration and multi-stake, plus the contribution of all the partners, all the 120 partners for 15 months of the Declaration of State Members for the Forests of Central Africa. This declaration, created in 2021, called Fair Deal, underlines the commitments of Central African countries to good governance, restoration, the conservation of biodiversity, and sustainable management of forests on one hand. But on the other hand, the call for an adequate share of the climate budget and biodiversity in order to make the protection of forests competitive with other land uses. This statement was presented at the Symposium of Practical Forests in Berlin last year. This declaration was used on a basis for negotiation by donor countries at the COP26 in Glasgow, negotiations which led to the announcement of a funding of 1.5 billion euro actually by the donors, and also 1.5 billion US dollars and euros for the protection of Central African forests. Beyond Glasgow, the devastation was present, and advocacy was present during the whole these conferences and events, international events, even here. And the facilitations for the past 2 years has been conducted regional and international campaign, and in the capitals several Central African countries, donors and financial institutions to advocate for a fair deal to save forests. The second area of work is transhumance, the migration of nomadic herders. The several effects of climate change, of this change in the Sahel, associated with the problems of peace and security and the neo-pastoralism, leading to migration and transhumance, with pastoral transhumance with an ever increasing size of the herds, and uncontrolled migration to the northern forests of Central Africa. That all have been at the focus of the concerns of German facilitation. There was a series of conferences and meetings also with traditional chiefs, etc., etc. We would like to finalize this great job by a conference I would call it Gemini 2. We don't know yet when it's going to take place, but we will continue this process. I will continue the conference from 2017, Gemini 17. More access, more details about investments and transport agreement to fulfill the promises of Gemini 1. The third thing was to follow the dialogue with China. China is absolutely a crucial actor, particularly with regard to trade for Congo Basin, but also the other basins. And we see that we've advanced quite good to try to make a new step in Montreal. One thing that was important for me was the 19th conference of the parties of the PFP-CBFP gathered in almost 600 participants in Libreville, and it's been a framework to promote the best practices, the networks, and the launching of new initiatives, and the adoption of major joint actions of the partnership, including a recommendation on the establishment of a Fair Deal task force. All of this followed a second technical segment mobilizing experts on 4 themes, namely land use planning, timber economy, future and protected areas, and the restoration of landscape, whose recommendations were adopted to guide the interventions of the partners between the 2 meetings of the parties. Ladies and gentlemen, the mandate of German CBFP facilitation will soon come to an end, and France and Gabon will take over from mid-2023. In the coming months, consultations will intensify with the facilitation fronts and the co-facilitation of Gabon to organize a smooth transition. I'm already planning as much as possible to conduct together activities with the facilitation fronts and Gabon until the end of the transitional period, namely to implementation of the task force that was launched 2 days ago, this Monday. This task force that is supposed to connect excellence centers on the PFCC subjects, WRI and others from Gabon, etc. And of course, naturally, the organization of this conference for the transhumans in strict cooperation with France, as you are much more than us in a position to know what is going on in Sahel and in the south. And I would like to disseminate, to spread the results of our meeting. It would be awful to lose what we've achieved, what we have already achieved. So now we have to publish all the results of this event from Libreville. Finally, I would like to, before I finish, I would like to wish that the Alliance for the Preservation of the Humid and Pluvial Forests to establish a framework collaboration that will allow to exchange information that will in the field of tropical forest ecosystem conservation. I've did my best to while talking with the British about the about synergy and for the creation of a mutualization between the Alliance and the Forest Climate Leadership Partnership. It is essential in my opinion, to promote a better coordination, synergies, and mutualization between the important actors in order to save the lungs of the world. Thank you very much for your invitation.
Dankeschön, Professor Rack. I'm awfully sorry for the picture. Chris, the lack of your picture. You're not there, you're not on the screen, but you are here in real, which is even better. And thank you for joining us. Let's switch now to another continent while staying remaining closely linked to forest preservation and conservation. I would like to invite our friends from Conservation International to showcase their Amazonia Verde initiative, Forest of the Future, Le Futur Forêt in French. Reverend Saavedra, who represents, we have two persons, Candido Pastor Saavedra and Jose Gregorio Diaz Mirabal, General Coordinator from indigenous organization, 9 countries, if I'm correct. In a couple of minutes, they're going to showcase their initiative in which France participates quite directly. So you'll be speaking Spanish, if I'm correct. You have interpreters who are going to go to the booth so that the colleagues can perform a relay.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting us. My name is Candido Pastor, and my photo is there, but it's like 10 years ago. And thank you, Embajador Guignard. Thank you for the government of France for supporting us in this dream, in this challenge. I have some slides to present to you. I don't know how it works. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Sí. Our Future Forest is a project that's is based in an agreement with the COICA, that's the main indigenous body in the Amazon, and is focused in supporting indigenous peoples to elevate the impact to ensure the indigenous territories that are in the Amazon. You can see in this photo is 1978, 35 years ago, and this is the status of conservation of legal designacy in terms of the Amazon. The green areas are protected areas or indigenous territories. But today, the context changed. The deforestation in red increased, and the green areas that are protected areas or indigenous territories were designated by the governments are doing the best job to conserve the Amazon. But and a half of this green area are indigenous territories. It means that we can't conserve the Amazon without indigenous territories. We have the ownership titled for indigenous peoples, 25% of the Amazon. Again, this is showing us that's impossible to conserve the Amazon and all the climate stability that provides for the planet without indigenous peoples. You have some data here, but I want to just highlight that these areas have low deforestation. It means that are not part of the REIT schemes, right? And we are trying to push for creating other kind of schemes to support them, the efforts that they are doing, and also are more efficient in terms of the an area. It's like the protected areas cost 10 times than indigenous land. But it's okay to complement the complementation. And the global need that we are trying to point it out is that we are close to the tipping point. It means that if the tipping point will happen, we will lose the opportunity to the climate stability will happen. And the goal is to conserve 80% of the Amazon for 2025 to ensure through the legal designation in each country. And this is the project. We are working in 27 indigenous territories and plus COICA. COICA is part of the steering committee of the project, and we are reaching about 12% of the Amazonia surface and about 70,000 people and 73 million hectares directly and indirectly. We are working in 4 areas. The first one is territorial management. Territorial management means elaboration, preparation based in FPIC process, free, prior and informed consent, life plans for indigenous peoples, the plan for future. Also implement these plans where the plans are already there, and also titling. Titling is a key issue regarding to indigenous peoples, and we are working in this line. The second line is about the fostering the capacities of indigenous peoples, mainly the women. The third line is about creating financial schemes for the sustainability and creating small business for the indigenous peoples. And the last one is improving the advocacy in the national and global arena. We have around here 30 people attending the negotiations right now as a part of the capacity building. Some examples: capacity building, we have indigenous women fellowships that we have 50 women that are receiving mentoring, exchange for technical purposes, and also technical assistance. And we saw that the indigenous women leadership are increasing, and this is an opportunity to support them in terms of the Amazon advocacy. Other kind of things that we are doing is an e-learning program that includes 80 indigenous youth, and 44 are women, and 36 men. It means that the leadership of indigenous women are increasing a lot. We are happy to be part of this, but just to thanks, and I want to highlight that we are working also to create financial mechanisms regarding to the indigenous peoples, because the success part of the indigenous territories are connecting with the cooperation, but this is not forever. And that's why we are trying to create these financial mechanisms in 3 or 4 examples in the project, and we are trying also to support COICA to create its own that will have impact in 9 countries. Thank you, Ambassador Guillar.
Un gran saludo a todos los presentes,
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
gobiernos,
Hello everyone. Dear representatives of the governments, our allies and partners, and in particular to the French government, to our ambassador and friends, to the French Republic President Emmanuel Macron. We didn't have the opportunity to talk during the COP, during the first days of this COP27. I would like to thank on behalf of the indigenous peoples of Amazonia. As people living in the tropical forests of the world, we also belong to a global alliance of territorial communities, together with our brothers and sisters from Africa and Asia. We belong to this alliance because we want to protect tropical forests. Conservation international support has proven to be key and crucial. My brother Candido just mentioned some key facts. It echoes the fact that these steps have been made possible thanks to the leaders, but thanks to the women as well, and thanks to youngsters. We are working in 8 countries covered by the Amazonian forest. In French Guiana, for example, where our indigenous brothers live as well. We thus have structured this great alliance, and we keep on going forward. More than ever, during this COP27, we are facing great challenges. The main one being the lack of time, the emergency, the degree of emergency we are facing. The risk is we are going to reach a tipping point in Amazonia, and more than a tipping point, a point of no return. During this new phase, the current one, we obtained a great level of support, and this is extremely important. Thanks to what we've been able to face these new challenges, thanks in particular to the French government and to allies as Conservation International, thanks to whom we are gaining momentum and strength. Indigenous people have knowledge. This knowledge is essential when it comes to fighting climate change, when it comes to fighting global warming, and to protect and preserve the tropical forests of Amazonia. While facing the numerous challenges we are facing in partnership with the alliance aforementioned. We see we're now switching from the second phase to a third phase, the third phase being even stronger, and that's a huge challenge for us all. We need even more support. We have to stand together. We have to keep on communicating. We are deeply convinced that this process is going to lead us to reinforcing further our capabilities in political terms, in financial terms. It's also about consolidating, strengthening this alliance, in particular with the constant support of the French government, not only when it comes to words, but when it comes to tangible support. Many thanks.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you very much. Sound problems, please. Thank you for reminding us that preserving the forests is above all to preserve those who live in the forests and who live from the forest, out of the forest. It's not only trees and biodiversity that we want to preserve, which is very important, but we also want to preserve all these people who live in the forests. So of course this effort is indeed political. This is the objective of this alliance. The goal is the result of the implication of the civil society in these islands, the local communities, the local governments, the NGOs, like Conservation International or the COINCA that you just heard, but it's also the implication and the usage of new technologies that are to serve the international community to better conduct this preservation work. So I wanted to foster these extraordinary opportunities and occasions given to us by the evolution and research, especially the information that's coming to us from the space. So I'm giving the floor to the lady from the Special Center for Special Studies, and will tell us about the new technologies that we have at our disposal today. Thank you very much, dear Ambassador. Thank you very much for this invitation. Yes, today it's an honor for us to contribute to this efforts on the preservation of tropical forests. You know, the great special sport for cosmic space is in Guyana. So we have the special responsibility to all the populations living there and all the territories that we engage through this activity. And we have a huge work with these collectivities for the protection of the environment and for the transition of our space base. In this framework, I'm going to talk to you about Tropisco, an initiative that falls within the Space for Climate Observatory initiative that has been created 3 years ago during One Planet summit organized by the President of the Republic, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, that has been organized with other countries. You have on this slide all these countries, so it's a special agency, the UN. We've signed yesterday with the United Nations Environmental Program, UNDP also, and the Office of the Special Affairs of the United Nations, all the special agencies to develop project concerning all the climate adaptation subjects, what means to give the resources of satellite data coming from European programs like Copernicus and other satellites that are given to disposals by all the special agencies, plus the data from in situ, from the ground. This is something we work in companies, researchers, laboratories, and on the basis of these data, we create operational data for the adaptation to climate change on this territory. So this is the objective of the Spatial Observatory. Today we have around 60 projects being led everywhere in the world. Practically we can say that all the big countries generating big numbers of big quantities of CO2, they engaging in the projects like protecting the coast, the urbanism, agriculture, epidemics. So we are trying to prevent the spread of certain diseases, like those that are carried by insects. The one thing I wanted to tell you about today is quite revolutionary. It's a fruit of the work of research laboratories and cooperation with NGOs, because it's allowed to implement an early warning system about the deforestation in the tropical zone by using the data coming from the European program Copernicus radar data. So the radars can look on the tropical territory and they can observe the evolution with a 10 meters resolution, and it's not optical images, it's radar data. So regardless of the weather, even with clouds, we can analyze the impact of deforestation. When I'm saying real time, it's not second by second, it's a few days, and we revisit every to the a week, 8 days maybe, and we acquire this data and we gather this data, and we actualize them progressively. Because up till now, the forest was preventing the observation. So we're getting data every 6 data. With Tropisco, it's much more often. See this Tropisco project. Let's take the Guyana here. You see on the timeline, the data has been being acquired since 2018, and now you have 21. But you can see it on in real time on the platform that works today. So you can see pixel by pixel the zones that are progressively deforested. We have now on the Tropisco platform .org that gives this data onto the disposal. This project is financed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and by the CNES. And today you have to your disposal not the whole tropical belt. It will be by the end of 23 it will be finished, but many countries from this belt. Yeah, on the bottom you have the timeline, and data is updated on a regular basis, so you can analyze by pixel the points where it has been deforested. This data is available to everyone. It's open data. So today we have to our disposal on the World Environment Situation Room website. We are implementing the spreading of the data available, but they are also available in Tropisco. They'd be delighted to work with Conservation International, and we'll work to give this data to your disposal so you can analyze and work on them, obtain some details, because we may specify them. On this platform you can see the causes of deforestation, because they are very diversified, agriculture, fires, but also illegal deforestations, many subjects that we follow. And we can also explain what are the types of forests that have been destroyed. All this is the result of a consortium, the work of a consortium that you see in front of your eyes. As you can see, we've worked with the FAO, with Greenpeace and others to obtain specific information that they need, these NGOs require. We were really honored to talk to you about this initiative. Thank you.
Many thanks, dear Laurence, for this passionating presentation, showcasing that technologies available and can help us to do more and to do better for forests. Thanks to all of you for being with us today. The Alliance for Wet and Tropical Forests Alliance is about cooperation, international cooperation between states and together with various UN bodies. It's also about engaging civil society, science and technology. That's the philosophy of the commitment that has been taken by our president in 2019, and we are indeed going to keep on fighting during the One Planet Summit in Libreville in 2023 and during other meetings for climate and biodiversity. Thank you for being with us. Many thanks to all the speakers for their insight and input. Thank you.
Lee. Bonjour. Ok, on peut commencer? Ah oui, bien sûr. Ok. Donc, bonjour.
Hello everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the French embassy in Egypt and all the team of the French Pavilion for this organization and for inviting Voltalia. It's a great opportunity for us to come here, to be present together with the whole team from Voltalia in order to prepare our presentation, through which we will try to present you and to give you concrete examples of how through renewable energies we can reach sustainable solutions to the energy crisis present everywhere today. So I'd like to start my presentation by introducing my colleagues. Estelle Lemar, Voltalia has its honor, and my colleague Arnaud Flamand, International Power Research Manager, and myself, Karim Al-Lazawi, General Director of Voltalia here in Egypt. We propose you this agenda. I will be lucky to do the introduction, and my colleagues Estelle will tell you the story of our project here in Benben in Aswan. It's a power generation plant in Aswan, and then concrete examples of how much we've already changed these solutions in Europe and certainly in African countries too. To conclude, I will be happy to share with you the ambitions of Voltalia till 2027, with a small surprise for the very end about an announcement that has been done this morning. Today, Voltalia, we have being built, or we already have 2.4 gigawatts that are spread over many countries, actually 20 countries on 3 continents today. We are very serious about the development of renewable energies on the planet. So we have a pipeline of projects that go from solar, wind, storage, batteries, and hydro energy, over 13 gigawatts everywhere in the world. And today we employ more than 1,450 persons. Recently, we've developed our business model in order to be spread on 3 continents that you can see here in front of your eyes. We are first of all present in Europe. We are a French company, international, producing electricity, but not only in Europe but also in Latin America, and now recently in Africa. So our projects go from some wind technologies, now solar, also projects that are now 57% of our portfolio, and wind projects that are more than 40%. The rest is biomass and storing. It's like 3% of our activity now. So Voltalia for today has produced electricity, green electricity, through the 5 means of renewable energies existing, solar, winds, and others, and biomass, not to forget this one. Our objective is to improve the global environment, fostering local development at the same time. We do this mission keeping our values as entrepreneurs, in a team spirit, guarding ingenuity and not integrity. Our sustainable commitments, they are like summed up here. The first one, we act for the production of renewable energies that is available to everyone as much as possible. Today, Voltalia last year has produced 4.1 terawatts hour of energy, of clean energy, green energy, which is the equivalent of the consumption of, let's say, for example, the half of Kenya today. We are really competitive, which allow us to work on different continents, on different markets, sharing the experience between the teams of Voltalia that exist in Morocco, in Brazil, in Portugal, just to reach prices that are acceptable for affordable on different markets. We are achieving this objective, emitting just 1,201 kilotons of CO2, which means giving to electricity to 40 million of smartphones that exist everywhere. The second objective is the contribution with the local populations for the development for the sustainable development of territories. We reach these goals through our actions and its support to the local communities. The examples that you can see here in Dandanch, for example, my colleague will tell you more about it. It shows you some examples how to support the local communities in Banban, in Aswan, especially during the epidemic, and how do we continue to develop and to improve the quality of their lives. The third goal is that we are trying to make the best of the planet resources in a sustainable way. Typical example is the agricultural projects that are sometimes agriculture crops growing under our panels, solar panels, which avoids CO2 emissions, plus agri projects avoid also CO2 emissions on the planet. We can say, to sum up the role of Voltalia, we are always the producer of electricity through the 5 resources, renewable resources on the planet, but at the same time we integrate the value of the chain, maintaining the construction and the operation of our solar power plants on all the projects that we are trying to develop. Thank you very much. I will give the floor to my colleague.
Alors, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me? Great. So, if you allow me, I would like to take you for a journey through the journey we've been going through from 2017 until today, building a project I would like to talk about.
If you wish. So Iman is a very important person actually for our project in Benban. So she was representative of the client, EETC, and she was very, very great person that was involved in the realization of this project. So basically, the initiative started in 2014. Je peux continuer en français, c'est bon?
Can I keep on talking French? Okay, great. The project started in 2014. The initiative was from the Republic of Egypt, aiming at building the biggest solar plant in Africa. A huge initiative, a huge project led by ETC, by NEREA, by lots of local partners. We can see on the picture that we are between Aswan and Luxor, right in the middle of the desert. You can see it's a true photograph, no tricks there. Yeah, we are really near to Komombo. For those who know the Nile Valley, it's a very nice place, but we are a bit far away from the river itself. Seems to be a difficult project to achieve, isn't it? And indeed it was. But still, but yet we did it in 2 years' time. After the VPA agreement was signed until 2019, which is 2 years, 2017, 2019. 1.75 gigawatts solar power for a superficie of 37 square kilometers. Obviously, we're not alone. Voltalia is not alone. Have I asked you to show the most beautiful one? You certainly would have pointed the one that is in a blue circle, and indeed it's ours. But we have lots of partners, both internationally and locally, and it was, of course, needed to implement this project. 100% renewable energy. We've been well accompanied and supported by our financial support. EBRD, the IRFC, Proparco, as well. We've been financed by Proparco. It's a bank, the bank that serves sustainable development goals, France's SDGs, sustainable development goals, developing projects around the world for France. 10,000 workers have been working with us, building, bricklayers and such, built this huge park in 2 year time. I know it all started, it seemed to be impossible at the beginning, done from scratch, ex nihilo, and we are extremely proud, the whole team is, to have achieved this huge piece of work. Back in the days, the early days when we started, not lots of things here, as you see. An agreement has been signed in 2017 to sell some electricity, some power. We obtained money from Proparco, and here we were gone. Top of the screen, that's the field as it looked like day one. You feel quite naked when started seeing that kind of landscape, working from scratch, stones and stands, not only sand, really stones as well. Wasn't that plain either. And this is the adventure starting in 2017. You can see the EETC offices. Iman knows them very well, and the signature day, real pictures. That's what we've been through, and it was quick, wasn't it? Both the signing procedure and the action phase. I would like to hail from the bottom of my heart all those who've been working with us, contracting, building this facility. 10,000 workers, bricklayers and such, but 340 people were deeply committed from A to Z. Local people. It's more than a commitment. It was extremely important for us to take part in knowledge transfer and capacities building and creating jobs for the locals and creating something more lasting, something sustainable, not only showing up and taking the plane back to France. Up to 99% of the workers were from Egypt, but people from Cairo weren't considered locals, which is why the amount is, the proportion is lower when it comes to locals as such. It's right in the middle of the desert, as I was saying, between April and October. You're hardly trying to breathe. It's like trying to dry your hair from the morning to the evening. You're drying your hair whole day, basically, in technical terms, which means we had to put in place some kind of follow-up for things to remain acceptable. We wanted the working conditions to be acceptable, as acceptable as they might be, given the environment. there have been quite emotional moments, like the first module installment, the commissioning of the first workstation. I remember quite well the day when the first parts showed up. That was a bit of a milestone. Eventually, the connection was made. September 2019, and a bit later, after the first tries, when we stated the first operational workstation was up and running. Mustafa, let me introduce to you Mustafa, one of the key people. He was accountable for the building works. He stayed with us for a couple of years. Via this project, he decided to create, to go for more things. He went through an MBA. That's exactly the kind of things he wants to keep on doing for his country, while scaling it up at a different scale, contributing to greenhouse gases emissions reduction. We were extremely happy to have planted these seeds and to see plants growing. We see a real network of qualified workers and engineers who are able to develop solar projects on their own, being autonomous and contributing to the development and to the decarbonization of their electricity supplying facilities, which makes us extremely proud. So a short video should be running now. Let's hope, at least. Technically speaking, are we going to be able to play it? The video doesn't. Oh, yes, it is. Here we go. Great. This is our project, as it looks like now. Nowadays, you can see the solar panels. We've installed 32 megawatts. By now. The booth can't hear the speaker anymore because of the music. That's how it looks like now. Well, it doesn't look like the game is in your pocket on day one. Some may have doubted in our ability to achieve this project, yet we've done it. Iman, thank you very much. The ETC, NREA, all the Egyptian entities who supported us, led the project together with us. And honestly, I won't hide my pride. ETC is a company that showcases many women engineers, like Iman, for instance, once again, but of course Lamia as well, its CEO, Miss Saba, who's it's a really an electricity-oriented company, highlighting, emphasizing, and pushing forward, among others, women and women engineers. Proparco, of course, and the AFD, Agence Française de Développement. It's always more difficult when you don't have money. Money is key. So many thanks to our financial support. The AFD has always been a close and precious partner. They keep on being one, always with us. Last but not least, our providers and suppliers, all the partners who've given their strength, time, energy for us to achieve the project. And thanks to the sun as well. Thanks to the sun to keep on shining and bringing its clean and shiny energy. Have you got any questions concerning the project? Well, if not, and thanks again, Iman. Perhaps would you like to join us on the stage and say a couple of words from you? You don't. Okay, thank you anyway. Thank you for showing up. Thanks for coming. I would like to give the floor now to Arnaud for the rest of this presentation concerning the various mechanisms that one can implement. Thank you.
Merci Estelle. Bonjour à tous.
Thank you, Estelle. I'm responsible for the electricity sales. So I do long-term contracts that allow us to do these things. This was special scheme that is being developed in the last year. Estelle showed you a project that is being developed thanks to the support of the government through a buyback of electricity through its public company. And I will tell you about new schemes that allow to develop new capacities of renewable energy in not subsidized environments, fully private, thanks to the fact that the renewable energy has become really competitive in the last years. Just a short focus on what is a long-term power purchase agreement. It's a contract between a salesman and a buyer. I didn't say much here, but historically it was very developed through local utilities, governmental companies that were buying the electricity in order to finance the development of renewable energy. It was what was called utility power purchase agreement, like the contract TC that Estelle has presented. And as the prices of renewable energies have decreased in the last years, in order to reach the environmental objectives, the companies started to buy directly electricity from communal companies. This is the corporate power purchase agreement, started with the GAFAs in the United States. So how does it work? It works through a direct contract from a final consumer, generally companies that do not consume that much electricity, and a producer. And we use the public electricity networks to bring electricity to the corporate through what we call the willing slimming contracts that allow to structure our contracts. Us as producer, we inject physically our electricity in the public network, but it's dedicated to the corporate consumption, which allows them to consume directly our electricity, directly from our power plant. Why do we do this? And what is the cross interest between the final buyer and us as a producer? And this is very important now. It is de-risking the project, first of all, the cost of electricity. So you have markets of electricity that rocket up with the present electricity crisis, but before it was very volatile too. And me as a producer of energy, to invest in my power plant, I need to have the visibility of my revenues in the coming years, and I need to ensure that there will be income from a buyer that will keep doing that in the coming years. So you have companies that are specialized in production of yogurts, some of those who run the trains, and they don't want to be impacted by the change of the price of electricity. That usually, now that these contracts are 2, 3, 4 years old. Now we have the possibility of having a very long-term visibility, because what we have to reimburse ourselves, it's our infrastructure, while the wind and the sun are free. Well, if you produce on the gas, you depend on the price on the gas. So one of the first drivers between and producer is to de-risk of all volatility concerning the market, electricity market. It assures our asset financing, so no problems to pay the debts on the market through DFIs or commercial banks, who allow us to finance our assets and to propose a price for the consumer that will be as attractive as possible. More we optimize these costs, more our condition of sales will be interesting. On the side of the consumer, he doesn't have to invest in his assets. It's really an engagement, long-term engagement that will allow him to, will allow us to finance our assets. And finally, more and more, we are at the heart of the subject. We can say that all the corpos we address and with whom we work have social responsibility engagement with roadmaps and milestones while they progress in the subject. So the corporate PP is the real tool that allows them to reach these objectives of net zero and to reduce the GHG emission. Why corporate PP allows to reach this objective, just as I said at the beginning, it's the additionality, as I said at the beginning. You engage a corporate, we'll see a few examples a little bit later. The engagement of corporate will allow the creation of a new capacity where he consumes electricity. What is better than to prove your engagement through electricity engagement, through a long-term engagement? I have 150 megawatts of renewable that are created and that can be given also. On the other side, you also have a driver that, well, all the governments have become aware that the renewable energy is cheap. They don't want to continue the subvention system, and that allows us to develop beyond what is the subventions, the external financement. So there are three main drivers for companies to buy from us. The first one, and now it's at the heart of the subject, you have companies who have been multiplied by 2, 3, 4 times. It's awful on the market in Europe or all over the world, actually. Thanks to this corporate PPE, we de-risk the industry and the final consumer and allow him to open himself to long-term instead of suffering from the volatility of the market. Sustainable development. This is a big engagement for the corporate to sign a contract on renewable electricity. This is something that is more and more fostered in the stories of sustainable development. They can prove their long engagement, and last but not least, the renewable electricity is more and more competitive. The costs have been optimized in the 5 years. It's absolutely fantastic. Our electricity is the cheapest on the market and allows to industry to save money. On our side, we invest a lot in this type of models. We've developed long-term partnership with numerous final consumers. One of the first corporate PP that we signed was with the SNCF on a capacity 143 megawatts on 25 years, and we've developed also other contracts of this type throughout the whole world, a lot with Brazil, with BRF, and recently we've also developed a first contract with the City of London. Is the entity that manages the borough of business in London. We're finalizing the building of 50 solar megawatts in the south of the UK that will be sold for 50 years at a fixed price to deserve this borough. A small last contract that we've signed a few months ago in South Africa with Rio Tinto, minor company, mining company, should I say. In some market in South Africa, we're talking about the energy crisis. There, it's a real serious crisis. There are interruptions of the electricity delivery in Johannesburg. You have 5-6 hours by day with no electricity. That's what the present situation is. more or less everywhere in the country, precisely of lack of investments, lack of capacities. So it's a crisis that is very severe, and in particular in a country with a mix full of carbon. 45% of electricity is produced with coal. So the government tries to react and implement measures that allow new legal framework that allows private investors to invest in renewable energy and to sell electricity to private consumers. So we've developed a partnership with a mine in the country that consumes lots of electricity every year, and who really wanted to buy renewable energy from solar sources. The will of the group was to, as I said, we have ambitions of sustainable in the group. And in the last 2 years, the increases of prices were really great. So we've concluded a contract. We'll sign for 148 megawatts. We'll build a park on 300 hectares, and we'll sell them electricity for 20 years on a fixed price, very competitive compared to the present market prices in South Africa. All this has been made possible thanks to a legal framework that has been implemented there. It's called the Willing, which allows the public network to be used by us directly from us to the mine we are talking about. So I finished with this part that is very, I'd say, corporate PPA oriented. I'll ask now Karim, who's going to present our ambitions for 2027 and conclude with a surprise, as we've said in the beginning.
Merci Arnaud, merci Estelle.
Thank you. Thank you, Estelle, as well. I'm happy to have the opportunity to share with you our ambitions by 2027. This slide is a bit of a wrap-up about the raises we are aiming at and our objectives in terms of capacities and in terms of financial means as well. We want to nearly triple the capacities we have already reached in 2021. That's a seriously pursued objective. Shows how seriously we are working. As for this mission, this is 100% renewable energy, only renewable energy projects, and we aim at tripling their quantity. As services providers, we are going to enhance the amount of upgrade activities when it comes to solar power and wind power to triple the results we obtained in 2021 as well. Third objective, a financial one, our EBITDA is to triple to amount around 475 million euros. Eventually, via all these projects, our contribution, our environmental contribution is we want to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions by 4 million tons, which means we are to triple all the objectives we've met in 2021. That's the plan by 2027. As we are in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, we could not forget to mention the fact we support Egypt, of course, in its energy transition. We've already started with the Rarsana project that has been showcased by Estelle, my colleague. This project is quite interesting as well, and is a bit of a success story. This solar plant has positioned Egypt and made of Egypt one of the key players when it comes to renewable energy in the region, and we're really serious about keeping on leading these projects. In the upcoming days, we'd like to showcase our level of commitment together with the TC or the Egyptian government in order to develop quite big projects or to work via applications that are 100% renewable energy based, which is what Egypt's positioning is about now. We want to become a hub as for green hydrogen. To meet these objectives, we have a surprise, a small surprise for you. We need money. Voltalia announced that we are about to upgrade our budget by 490 million euros. Many thanks, thus, to at the hands of all our main shareholders for their trust and their support. We're here to keep on working and meeting the requirements. Should you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. You've mentioned the possibility to couple solar energy production and agriculture projects. Seems to be quite interesting, especially in Egypt. Could you tell a bit more about that? I can pick up on that indeed. The projects we've started are mostly in France. Yet we started getting in touch with farmers in Egypt. Irrigation is needed in Egypt, of course. There are off-grid consumptions with diesel, electricity, small plants, diesel-based. Takes time sometimes to carry out projects, but all off-grid solutions in Egypt are, of course, to consider. Arnaud has mentioned the fact that in Egypt we have the possibility to create direct agreements. We don't have for now the possibility to have direct agreements between farmers and electricity suppliers. So you are obliged, you have to stick to off-grid solutions and financing, showing money, showing the fact the project might be viable and sustainable takes time, but it is indeed one of our objectives to develop this further, and not only in France.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello everyone, many thanks for these presentations. I'm quite stunned and impressed when it comes to the evolution of the purchasing agreements procedures. Starts with subsidies and public entities. Then you have the non-granted. What's the next step? It's going quite quickly. No sound. Better. Well, the next step, quick question, is getting closer and closer. It's getting to 100 merchant projects, about private sector selling electricity in the market, while financing, supporting the project, taking risks as entrepreneurs do, taking risks in order to make money, and having your back covered your own way. In Southern Europe, there is electricity coming off the power plants, and the prices are market-driven. And I'm not talking about 5-10 megawatts. These investors are ready to invest money in wind or solar powers without purchasing agreements, without purchasing contracts. Considering the volatility of the prices, it happens already in Spain. I'm talking big volumes. A word falling within the same logic. There are hybrids schemes as well, schemes in Albania, for instance. They say, I'm going to buy half of the electricity from the plant, while you, producers, will have to sell the rest. And that makes some place for the emergence of a real market with people showing up saying, I'd be interested in buying this electricity. Stocks are showing up in Albania, electricity stocks. We are building, the plants are being built in Albania, more than 100 million euros investments, 50% of the electricity being sold. It is to be sold. And that meets two objectives, because it's good for the government, but at the same time the government is developing a market that hasn't been existing beforehand in Albania. Electricity stock exchange. Yes. Sorry, if I may. Hello. Many thanks for the presentation. I missed the beginning. My name is Bagayogo. I work for the West African Development Bank. My question will be whether or not you are leading renewable energy projects, and especially solar power projects in Western Africa, especially in the 8 countries we represent, or whether you consider developing your activities there. The first half of the answer will be mine, then I'll give the floor to my colleagues. Historically, we're more into Eastern Africa, but yes, we are developing Western Africa as well. In Mauritania, for example, we are starting a project there, building a solar power plant. We are not investors there. We are working for chair, and that's the first step for me before investing. It gives us the possibility to understand what's at stake in the region, to find services provider, and to develop our projects. We're developing many projects in the region. Yes, it will be a pleasure to keep in touch with you, of course. Thanks a lot. Hello, Lismas, I'm from Burundi. My question might seem similar to my colleagues from Togo, to my colleague from Togo's question, but I would like to know what you base on when it comes to the state of your project. You came to Egypt from Europe, then you jumped all the other countries and landed in Southern Africa. What about us? We're right in the middle, and we're... Yeah, I understand your question. The strategy we have is... I'm happy to tell you we have been working in Burundi. Do you know Voltalia? Yes, you do. No, you don't. Oh, of course. All right. So we do have an agency built there. We still have projects led elsewhere, but developing them takes time. We have a project started in Kenya, in Malawi, quite advanced, and in other countries. When it comes to Western Africa, there have been some calls for bids, but you don't always win, obviously. That's the issue. But we do feel like working there. We are a French group, and we feel like working in French, in French tongue, French-speaking Africa, and we hope that will come to life. Lots of developments, lots of steps have been made. It's always about meeting the right partners, the right people, in order to develop your network locally, to find solutions and to have more success in various countries and territories. There is no country we don't want to work in. We've been lucky until now, so we only have good experiences when it comes to the countries where we work, in which we work.
just wanted to add a few words to what my colleague has said. We are still in a growth mode. So we exist. We were present in Africa, starting with Morocco in 2016, I think. And since then, we still research for electricity production projects. So it doesn't mean that we exclude any country. It's rather if the system in the given country invites investors to use their competences to develop solar and wind energy plants. So now we're present in South Africa, Egypt, and Morocco as producers of electricity. On the side of our PPA side in Kenya, but it doesn't mean that we're not present in the other European, African countries. We are there as service providers, especially when it comes to the construction part. Well, thank you very much in that case, and I hope we'll have an occasion to discuss further. Thank you.
Hello?
Bonjour Nouria, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Yes, I understand you very clearly. You can hear me?
I can hear you as well, perfect. So,
Super good.
would you be able please to put on your camera so I can see if everything is all right for the image?
Yeah, sure. 2 seconds.
No problem. Amazing. That's great. Okay. Did you have?
I don't know if you can see.
Oh, you have headphones as well. I can see.
Do I have? Would I have what?
Do you have headphones?
Yes.
Okay, you have them. Okay, that's perfect. That's brilliant.
Yes, I have headphones.
And I can hear you
I am
perfectly.
going to change to the. Wait, I'm going to change my connection.
You're going to change your
I'm
connection?
going to change my connection to 4G because it's better actually.
Okay, no problem. Would you mind to change it now so I can check if the connection is better as well on my side?
Yes, I am in 4G.
Okay, amazing. Look, it seems to be working perfectly. It seems to be working perfectly,
Great.
so we'll have you waiting, and just a few indication, you're not going to be able to see us on screen. You won't see the people attending the event on screen. However, you will see everything on the slides.
Okay.
And as soon as we start the event, you'll be able to hear us as well. So I'm guessing one of your colleagues will be introducing you. Before you take the, before you start your intervention, it's important that you unmute yourself. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll let you
That's
mute
great.
yourself now, and then as soon as it's your turn, you will be on screen, and unmuting yourself is important before to speak. Yeah.
Great.
Great.
Thank you.
I'll see you later.
Okay, see you. Bye.
Bonjour, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, I hope that you can hear me now. Welcome to the French Pavilion, to this event organized in cooperation with WECF and Schneider Electric. French approach of the energetic transition for climatic fairness, justice. We are lucky to have here during our panel different persons who are managing local projects on the ground and who will, through their experiences, explain us their vision of this feminist approach of the energy transition. So we have Latifa Serou, the founder of the Sun Power Cooperative in Morocco, Madame Fatou Ndoye, ex-gender expert and coordinator of the program Enda Graf Sahel in Senegal, Mr. Mohamed Kamal, responsible of strategic partnerships and international plans in Egypt, and Mr. Ronan Dantec, senator and president of Climate Chance. I want to remind you that this event will be basically made in French, but you can use headsets to get the translation. One of our speakers will speak in English, just so you know. So I will be the moderator of this panel, and we'll be able to start now. In 2018, 680 million people did not have electricity in the world, of which 550 million in Africa. I forgot to introduce you. We have online Ms. Mouria Masdeo, that you can't see. You can see her photo on the screen. She'll share her experience, but remotely. Okay, welcome. Welcome amongst us, Nuria. You'll be visible during your speech. So I was saying 550 billion who had no access to electricity in Africa. These are energy needs, absolutely huge, I'd say. And these needs are growing in an exponential way. Add this together with the demography and the industrial economical development. It's not always sustainable, and it's not resilient to climate. Apart from this, today a big part of these needs are covered by biomass and fossil energies. The prices, as you know, have rocketed because of different conflicts in the world. So we are in a situation in which access to energy is becoming more and more difficult and expensive, especially for the poor populations. I think I will speak louder. I think I'm heard okay here in the pavilion. Okay. So how to solve this problem of access to energy that is to be affordable, available, and that is supposed to us to go in the direction on towards climate resilient systems. This transition it's necessary to make it more affordable, as I said, and it will be possible only if we adopt a feminist approach. Why? We know figures that tell us that in the whole world the populations are mostly women. Women who live very often in oppressive models that lead to inegalities that make them suffer, structural inegalities, intersectoral, that prevent them from acting and participating in a fair way to this transition. This feminist approach brings also concrete solutions, because women do have solutions, very reactive ones, very coordinated and structured, and we have to recognize their action within this transition. I would also like to remind you two objectives of the ODD 7, energy access. One of these objectives, by 2030, to ensure access to energy services at affordable prices, decentralized and affordable for the local communities. One of the objectives for which WCF, as a member of international coalition that participates to international coalitions, we fought for it. We are aware of the reality on the ground. The second objective is to ensure to everyone the possibility of decision making and equal access to energies, decentralized and long-term, sustainable. So we're talking about access and power to decide. So the initiatives that will be presented to you today, thanks to our on-field partners from Senegal, Morocco, and here in Egypt, will illustrate how you can adopt this feminist approach. And we will ask Mr. Roland Dantec to share with us the way the climate change as a platform on non-state agents engaged in the climate things. What is their vision of this energy transition in Africa, and how do you contribute to it? I will start then with Fatou Ndoye. Fatou, you work in Endagraph Sahel in the Senegal, the program FEDAC that you managed together with the WCF, they aiming at the reinforcing the role of women in the transformation, the processing of food to ensure food safety in Senegal, but also the energy transition. Could you explain us how, through this project, you try to answer to these transformation needs when it comes to cereals and food processing, and how today women entrepreneurs have to fight against the odds? Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to everyone. We are very happy to present you this project, Women Engaged for the Inclusive Development and the Food Autonomy of the Communes. That's in Dakar, with different axes on the question related to gender, energy transition, but also the improvement of the value chain that puts in link markets, the transformation, and people in Dakar. I have to confess that this project has started with a diagnostic that we've made that showed the limits, especially in the framework, in the domain of the transformation, because, as you know, this sector is very important in Senegal, and the PES, which means that it's the state's policy. The agriculture is considered as a lever of development and employment, but allows also to different actors to find work. During our diagnostic, we've noticed also that the access to energy is a problem at the level of women, because in companies very often women are forced to work with other people, men namely, who who provide services for them. That creates a dependency in their activities, because the transportation of mills is a strategic equipment. This is what allows to have the quality of a product, but also, above all, it allows women to master and to appropriate their activities. And within this framework, we've seen that it is so important so women have autonomy and they have their own equipment that allows them to travel in an autonomous way. What we see also in Senegal is that this equipment, why do we need the services of men? Because these equipments are not adapted, not handleable, if you allow me this word, and that creates breaks it slows down the changes. It's within this framework that we've accompanied initiatives at the level of the car when it comes to the markets, but also to the transformers of cereal products to allow precisely their access to these energies and to the energy transition. I think that the breaks are there. The women need energy, but this energy has to be adapted to the way they work, but also it has to be easy to handle. This is one of the reasons why we have, in the framework of this project, financed by the AFD, with the support of the WSC, we will work in this direction. Thank you.
I think we're going to need a second microphone if we are to start a conversation. Talking of which, the reason you cooperate with these women entrepreneurs is food processing is performed by 90% by SMEs, very little companies led by women very often, who have few means, financial means. It's nearly impossible for them to receive some loans from the banks. The public support programs, I mean, when it comes to specific to that sector, don't exist. So what have you done in the Sahel to support them in this transition? Well, this transition work has been started by the installation of solar equipment. It consists in creating solar mills. We've designed and installed solar mills in Dakar. The access to water, especially for those who grow greens, is a bit of a pitfall to overcome. So we've installed solar pumps to irrigate the soils where the greens are exploited by women very often. This was a bit of a test, especially for this solar mill, because it's a bit of a new technology. During the week around mobility, in cooperation with climate change, we had to pay them a visit to witness the testings. The equipment, its results show it's an important element when it comes to reducing electricity bills, which are very painful for women, because as you have to work, as you have to use your mill, there are installations that you need, equipment, like 3 phases counters, which cost lots of money. Yes, it's very expensive, extremely expensive. For which reason it has an impact on the profitability of their activities. The other pitfall they've mentioned is these solar mills are an equipment they need the property. We've worked on the ergonomics, because the equipment we install sometimes don't meet their expectations. They are not adapted they're not flexible, they're not comfortable, and that's a problem for them. So we've worked on the ergonomics. Okay, and after the testings, what have you been told? That it is more flexible, more comfortable? Yes, they feel better. They manipulate it, they use it more easily. And it's also about the product's quality, because those solar mills are quite profitable in comparison with the traditional mills that require either electricity or diesel. So it's one of the additional pluses. Thank you very much. We could of course dig deeper into details, but hearing that via this energy transition, not only can an entrepreneur reduce his or her costs, but gain quality. It's extraordinary, extremely interesting. I would like to tell you about another testimony from the woman who process food. A solar freezer has been implemented as well. The yield is quite important, the flow is important. Very often the women process shells. It's extremely demanding in terms of drying, in terms of work, in terms of time. So, and it's precarious work. The fact we've started using the solar freezers has provided us with 7 times better yields. So solar equipment are a bit of an empowerment tool for women. Thank you, Fatou. Thank you very much. We understand the potential is huge. I would like to give the floor to Latifa. Latifa Serouch. You are one of the founders of the energy cooperative named Sun Power COP. It's in Morocco. You're the co-chair as well. A program has been led by a consortium of French and Moroccan partners. The program's name was Faredec. It's co-financed by the AFD, the Agence Française de Développement, the aim being to strengthen the place occupied by women in Morocco, especially when it comes to rural areas. Could you describe a bit the context in Morocco? How about the energy transition when it comes to national policies? Hello, everyone. Well, first things first, I would like to say how happy I am and honored to take part in this panel and to share a couple of bits of information about our experiences, our commitment towards energy transition, and to create networks with leaders who feel like working on this type of projects. Morocco and energy transition. Well, during these last couple of years, Morocco has been working a lot on creating and developing the energy industry, pushing forward a couple of projects, showcasing Morocco's commitment towards energy transition. The issue is men are keep having the upper hand, which is why this Faradec project has been created, aiming at engaging women when it comes to energy transition. A co-op has been created for that matter, for that purpose. This is where I work with women who are seeking for jobs and have the knowledge and the competencies that are required in this sector. So we've created this COP, the Sun Power COP, aiming at creating solar solutions, solar heaters, solar dryers, solar ovens. We keep on having a sense, this general direction, which is sustainable development and environment protection. Of course, you're a student and you are about to become a doctor in sea engineering, having that level of degrees, what induced you in following this path towards energy transition, towards decentralized actions, corps, and tools and programs that are mainly for the food sector, the rural areas? What interested you? Well, that's about it. As a researcher, as a scientist, being involved into research and development, I thought this is an industry, in my world, engineers love finding solutions in order to solve problems. That's what we're here for. So as I hear about solar solutions, that's women used to be not that very much committed or active on that field. This is why I had this. I came up with this idea to create this co-op, putting climate change or the fight against climate change at the heart of our worries. I've been cooperating with several women of similar profiles, and that's about the story. Okay, so I understand you've been trained technical-wise when it comes to the way these dryers, these solar dryers, these solar ovens are designed and built. What's at stake, and what are the pitfalls you have to overcome as a COP, and what do you need for that purpose? What I can say is solar energy as an industry, as a topic, works at developing solutions, solar solutions, such as the solar dryers and ovens you've mentioned. These are innovative products, hence the existence of a first pitfall to overcome, the first one we've identified working, namely local communities doubt the efficiency of these equipments. The first solution we've come up with was awareness raising, advocacy. We've showcased the efficiency. We've been showing people that it works, how well it works. It's about giving people the possibility to experiment, to try it out, to see that it works, that you can cook cakes, fish, just whatever you feel like cooking really, or drying. Thanks to what we have convinced people as for the efficiency of the products. I reckon creating that kind of solutions required money. So you need a wage, you need money, as you need to be a salary. You need to get a salary, don't you? Plus the whole project requires money. How do you see the upcoming future? What about the present, by the way? How about it? Is it as tricky as it is in Senegal for you to get some money or help or support of any kind? Well, the first project has been created and led thanks to the support of the AFD. Thanks also to the WCF.
So thanks to them that our project was born, and we've noticed with time some things. The Moroccan delegation, other bodies, the cooperative Espandiol, Falilua, and it helps us to find other solutions to integrate other women in this type of projects. Thank you very much. It's possible at the international scale, in a country relatively few political measures implemented to help you specifically within this area of energy, and especially for entrepreneurial women. I would also like to to extend this conversation so you could explain us more about your projects, about your achievements. So I will ask now to Mr. Roland Dantec to explain us how the climate change platform tackles this problem of energy challenges in Africa, and what is your reaction to this event, the feminist approach? Yes, thank you, Anne. Yes, first of all, as the first work of climate change is to be an observatory of the climate actions. So we only look at what has already been accomplished. So we presented last week at the COP our report for 2021 that you can see on the website. But first, big figures, so you have a general idea to where we are now. It's quite brutal today. We are in a situation where Africa does not connect with the renewable energy. For example, Africa today, it's just 1% of the capacities that have been installed to now, and the speed of increasing of this of number of this installation is not in Africa. Of course, COVID had played its role, but today it's only in Africa where there's a decrease. Well, everywhere else there was an increase of the number of installations. Now, this is the problem that we have, and the International Agency, who's published a special report about energy in Africa this year, says that they will have to engage like 2,000 billion euro every year in Africa to get to the objectives. What are the consequences? First one, the consequence on the development. With no energy, there is no development. There's another one that will consequence that we'll see coming when we see in Europe today. Everything that is being done for the transition of new types of energy. In Africa, it's mostly about producing fossil energies with big technological delays. The cars, for example, Africa runs on traditional cars. Well, Europe is obviously switching to electrics. Third point, of course, we are at a COP. This non-development of renewable energies in Africa means climate impact, which makes that tomorrow we can find ourselves in a situation in which the efforts done elsewhere in the world will be erased by the fact that Africa remains on very carbon-producing energies. So this is a problem. And plus an increase today of the price of solar panels, which could work in mini grids, and you can see a slowing down in the installations. So we are at this moment where that actually means behind it there's a need for great money. You're asking the role of climate change in this area. For those who don't know it, we are part of a galaxy of the different alliances for the climate. We have the ambition to collect all the actors on their diversity and to stop this silos logics, and create real synergies of those who are on the ground. That means an observatory of the climatic actions, but tomorrow also an African specific observatory, and we'll be very vigilant for that with these objectives of sustainable development. Does the efforts on the climate have an impact of the big objectives of the world and to gender equality? These summits are there to make the actors meet, but you said Dakar. It was an excellent occasion to talk about these actions that you can find in the mapping of the actions that is present on our website. So it is an advocacy. We develop this advocacy like you do it here at the COP. We'll present the results of the summit of Dakar tomorrow at 11:30, if I remember well, in the Senegal pavilion. So all these messages, and from them, amongst them, the one of the access to energy. I don't think we'll have lots of journalists Friday morning at the press conference when we'll be concluding the COP. About this advocacy, what can we say today on the situation as it is? I would like to say, first of all, it will not be politically correct. There are African responsibilities. I was really hit during the summit in Dakar when we were talking about the green wall. There were opposition between the Senegal and the territorial collectivities in Senegal. It was really sad. If you want the green wall to work, give us the means, give us the finances. This absence of decentralization is a question that is on the table today. And in the energy transition, well, how do the actors of the local level? That's why I start by decentralization, because if the power doesn't go down to the local authorities, to local level, we have representatives of local governments here, and of course the cooperatives, the communities of women. The power is much higher, so this decentralization is extremely important. Another important accent is that we see that in terms of organization of electric grids, access to grids are very difficult. If we see a project locally developed, so decentralized solutions on the ground, it's very hard to work on it. So the challenge is very big. Another one, and it's a classic advocacy of climate change, but also the advocacy of the WECF. All the big funds have problems to get lower on the scale, on the ladder. We've been saying that for 15 years during the COPs. This problem has not been solved. But on the other hand, we have lots of examples of excellent quality at this level. I'm just taking examples from the Dakar summit that illustrate the meaning, the sense of these summits. The next one will be in another country in Africa. I can't tell you in which one yet. For example, the Observatory of the Sahara and the Sahel, who has the subdivision of the Green Fund, does excellent things with local communities and female communities, and is more efficient than the mega projects. But this is something we can't succeed with. So I mean, to make the finances go down on the level, to the right level. We know the problems. The advocacy has been implemented for a long time, and we still don't have the relevant results. As I said in the introduction today, we are slowing down the African development. Two other elements concerning our today's subject to finish. The first one is, and it may be said after me because I know how much it's a priority for Schneider, the questions of training. This is essential. There must be equality to access to training and to education. Higher education too, something that hasn't been mentioned yet, but it's one of the big challenges of today. We have to win in this equality questions. For us, we're just there to observe, and I think our observatory and the African we're proposing, and during the climate change next year, the results will be presented. All these questions of gender equality will be presented, but we're in a situation that is extremely complicated today. You can't just the last point very quickly us, it means an extra effort of attention to the development of new finance mechanisms. I'm talking about finances with an impact, something that is measurable in impact. This is something that is being developed now, and finally, all the compensation finances, voluntary compensation, will also look for projects. That's also not our role to link the finances with those who have projects. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Indeed, I should have told it right from the beginning. I'm also committed when in climate change, together with our partners, we take part in the summit, because this federating mission, we federate, we gather local actors, and that's key. You've talked a lot about the issues linked with the need, or the need for money, especially when it comes to the poorest, to the most vulnerables. But the solutions exist as well within the synergies and the cooperations between the various stakeholders. I fully agree with you as to how important it is to highlight the importance and the relevance of such things in the light of what's at stake today. We have to develop new visions, new strategies from those we've been using until now. Finance got to be more accessible, more flexible. There are far too many paper-related pitfalls, requirements, which prevent the most vulnerable, especially women. Women often don't have any bank accounts, don't even work officially. Of course, unofficially they do work, but it makes it quite nearly impossible to get a loan when you don't have any bank account, when you don't have any work agreement, black on white. So I prefer I like your approach when it comes to the green fund, to the access to finances, a direct one, around taking into consideration the needs of the most vulnerable and those who are in the field. Thanks a lot. I would like to give the floor to Nouria Masdieu. We've indeed organized this side event in close partnership with the Schneider Electric Foundation. We're also committed taking part in climate change. Nouria, you've launched together with the OECD the Cedar Hope project. You're connected remotely. I hope we will hear you. It's a program led in Egypt, about fighting against unemployment, youth unemployment, and to organize trainings. Trainings are indeed key, and it's about matching the content of the trainings with the needs of the companies. You're into integrating women in the world, in the professional world. You're trying to create an appropriate framework. What's your take when it comes to the barriers, the obstacles, the pitfalls women meet? Are you going to talk French or English, by the way? In English. All right. So for those who prefer French, you can take some headsets. For the others, you can momentarily drop your headsets. Have you understood my question? Yeah, sure.
Thank you for inviting us to this panel. Yes, I mean, we started a project 8 years ago in which we train girls to become technicians in the electricity field. This project, we are implementing it both in Alexandria and in Cairo, in different kinds of schools and very different kinds of environments. The problem or the main challenges that we have in this project is not the commitment of the girls, it's not the motivation of the girls to get trained. So this is not there. I mean, the girls that are joining us, I mean, we don't have to do especially hard advocacy or promotion or any kind of advertisement for programs. We have already a lot of applicants that are girls. normally the issues that we have to face or the challenges that we have, they come more from the industry. Which means we train the girls, we provide them with soft skills, we involve them in innovation labs, in competitions, we provide internships for them, and we try to accompany them also in placement in the market. We give them also some competitive advantage versus the male students that we have, like with additional training in renewable energies. And we also deal with the parents, because one of the main hurdles sometimes in girls pursuing jobs in this kind of field are the parents. The parents are okay that girls study, but not that they work. Why? Because the companies that can provide them a job, they are mostly male-dominated, which means that the girls, they are a very, very small minority actually, and they are very protective to the girls, and they are worried that they could face some problems, rejection, and they would rather prefer that in spite of the education, the technical education, they go to other kind of jobs. No? Stereotypes we find a lot in the companies. So first of all, there are some companies in Egypt that they have a policy where they cannot employ women. So this is one of the first problems that we face sometimes. And the other part of it is that most of the companies, they still believe that girls are less competent in the technical field. They are less capable. They have some kind of restrictions, physical restrictions in doing some kind of jobs. And sometimes we also find very strange and very awkward stereotypes. Like for instance, a few weeks ago, we were discussing with a company in Alexandria that was going to receive 10 interns that were all girls. And they were very worried that the girls would be crying, or that they would be, like missing their families during the internships. So there are a lot of stereotypes. Some of them, they are from the technical side, but some of them, they are really like the lack of experience of companies of employing women, of employing girls in certain kinds of jobs. So we have to play with both of them, and work a lot with companies. I mean, we work a lot with the companies in order to help them to introduce the girls. We work with the girls as well in order to increase their resilience and to prepare them for anything that can happen during the internship, maybe like a rejection, or sometimes they will not, the companies or the colleagues will not be willing to give them certain kind of tasks, so that they can feel comfortable in those situations, and that they can they can really feel that in spite of this, that they are learning. So this is really very, very important for us. So this is basically the stereotypes that we find. So we are working with
Je vous arrête juste une seconde. Allô?
Yes, sorry to butt in, to sum things up. So you're talking about gender stereotypes, very deeply anchored. So people believe young women won't be able to make their way in this industry. But what you see is they've got talent and they don't lack motivation, do they? So second question, could you explain us what the key elements are in order to get along with and to succeed in your trainings in the framework of the Seeds of Hope program? What professions do you propose them?
Very important, first of all, of course, the training itself, and that the students have the adequate and really updated equipment in order to be trained. It is also really very important to have well-trained staff. I mean, the teachers, they need to have the resources, both technical but also pedagogical, methodological, to be able to train the students. And in the case of the girls, we have also to train the teachers into being able to deal with girls to encourage girls and to deal with girls and boys in the same classroom, which is also a topic that we have been approaching consistently. Then it's also very important that we can provide internships to the students, that they have their first experience during their studying time, so that they are able to have 1 or 2 internship periods of about between 2 and 4 weeks, so that they are able to see from firsthand how it is really working in the company, that they can learn which is the culture of work, the right attitude, how it is to work in that field. So I think this is really very, very important. Also to advocate for women in front of companies, so that we can close the gap between the private sector and the schools, not only in terms of qualifications, but also in terms of needs, in terms of salaries, and in terms of employing girls in this case, but also boys, to be part of their company. So I think the constant dialogue between the private sector and the schools is really very, very important. Otherwise, we will be producing graduates that do not match the needs of the market.
Merci Nuria.
Thank you, Nuria. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but we are a little bit in a hurry. Fatundoy has to leave us to go to another event. But it was extraordinary to hear what you just said about the practical trainings focus on the practice side, and how to use women in the companies so they can fight against the stereotypes and to advocate satisfying wages similar to the ones that the men get. It's too bad you could not be with us personally here in Sharm el-Sheikh, but it was very well to benefit from your words, even in this virtual form. So I will give the floor to Mohammed Kamal, you have this program, Female Entrepreneurship in Renewable Energies. This program takes place in Mali, in Niger, and in Senegal. In these countries, you've organized 2 centers in each country to train women precisely in renewable energy specialties. The objective is to support in 3 years of over 4,000 companies, small companies. Can you tell us now how the renewable energies do participate to the social and economic development of this type of companies, and also of African rural zones when you're present? And can you give us examples of opportunities and jobs for women?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, and for that. First, as an organization with more than 80 years of legacy, Plan International, we are working in more than 75 countries. We strongly believe that the only strategy to overcome the climate crisis is feminist approach. And what does this simply mean? It's about shifting power. It's about giving girls and women the opportunity, not just to be listened to. I think we are tired of just listening to the girls and women. We need to consider them as decision makers. We need to bring them to the table to advocate for the rights to express themselves. So being feminist approach, I think, is a key strategy and key entry point to overcome the climate crisis. That's why I really would like to thank the organizers for highlighting this. At Plan International, we have implemented a project called this fair, which is basically about improving the socio-economic conditions of girls and women in Niger, Senegal, and Mali. And we are also discussing now the potential expansion and the scaling up to other countries. When we designed this project, we have deliberately and intentionally listened to the voices of girls and children and young women, to the extent that they have influenced not just the design of the project, but the implementation and the outcomes. This project is based on 3 interlinked components. The first one is about capacity building, and hereby capacity building is not just about equipping girls and women, more than 20,000 girls and women with skills and knowledge, but most importantly, strengthening their resilience, building on their agency, providing safe, inclusive spaces for them to speak up, to challenge the narrative around climate change. I am sure all of us know that girls and women are the least contributed to the climate crisis, but unfortunately, they are the first one who pay the bill of climate crisis, and this has to stop. Our projects, our programs need to be designed in such a way that's really tackling gender inequality. That's why when we talk about climate crisis, when we talk about actions, mitigation, policies, frameworks, if they are not feminist, if they are not gender transformative, if they are not really tackling the power dynamics, I think it will not lead to the outcome that girls and women of us really desire. The second component was about giving accessibility to services, not just the economic services, but most importantly, to sexual reproductive health services, to the available services within the communities, within the countries, so girls and women can really benefit from this. In the last few months, Plan International, along with partners, we have concluded a research on girls' participation in climate crisis. And it was really very surprising and actually shocking to get the result that out of 10, 9 girls and women have expressed that they don't have basic information related to the climate crisis. They don't have access to information. They have never been invited to the table to share their perspective, to speak, to dialogue with policymakers, with decision makers at all levels. I think this is a shocking result, and we are in COP27. So what did we do? When we decided to design this project, we have put girls and women at the center of everything. We have created safe and inclusive opportunities for them, not just to get economically empowered, but socially empowered. They have started to advocate for policy changes. They have now access to green jobs, green economy, renewable energy, but most importantly, they are able to exercise their rights as equal and empowered citizens. Renewable energy is not just about economic empowerment, but there is a huge social component among it. It opens the market for thousands of girls. I said 20,000, but even the direct groups are more than 20,000. They have access to renewable energy. They started to have income generating activities where they have become economically empowered, where they have supported their daughters, sisters, and girls to continue their education, and most importantly, they started to change the narrative around issues such as child and early forced marriage, which has been happening a lot in countries such as Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, and even Sudan. What has been happening at the country level? We are not working in isolation. We are working with the governments of those countries, so they started to make a review of the legal frameworks to ensure that renewable energy as a model is scaled up to other counties. Is renewable energy, girls and women are at the center of decision makers. They started to consider girls and women when it comes to decision making at different levels. But is this enough? I think our journey to fight gender inequality is still long, but we believe that if girls and women are put at the top of our priorities, are considered as active players in this agenda, I believe we will reach there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow, what a feminist advocacy. Very nice to hear that on your part. I think we want to hear that more in this COP, but like a really meant discourse. And that is why I think it is important that we come also to the description of very concrete actions, the type of jobs that are really created, and revenues that are really generated. And it is important also to listen to the challenges that have been, that are facing these women. Je reviens maintenant au français.
I switch to French once again. Thanks a lot, Mr. Mohamed Kamal. a couple of minutes ahead for questions and answers. I see that we have many people in the audience following us here on site. Perhaps will you ask a couple of questions? A couple being 3. We're into 3 questions. Thanks a lot for giving me the mic. I'm very happy to be here and to witness this discussion. I would like to thank all the speakers for their insights. There's a question I would like to ask you, all of you, when it comes to women. Ms. Fatou had showcased a couple of bits of information for Senegal, but other countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo face the same problems. What means can we develop activities where women are the first victims of climate change? So how do you intend to develop activities for them, and which ones? Thank you very much. All right, let's pick the second question. Yes, how to make sure the energy transition will favor women from the rural areas, from the countryside, right? Okay. Thank you for the mic. Anima Tundu. I'm from Congo as well, Democratic Republic of Congo. My question is a broad one, a global one. This is COP27, isn't it? So we've been talking big funds for a long time in order to mitigate climate change. What are the mechanisms you are concretely putting in place so that the big funds show up precisely where women need them? Because what happens is big money goes to this big decision makers, the poor blokes or the poor women who need them the most don't see neither the color or the shadow. So what are the means you've been implementing? Yeah, I would like something tangible. My feeling is I jump from COP to COP without seeing any tangible fruits. A round of applause for you, because you are picking upon the issue. The green funds. The green funds are huge, indeed, and they don't make it to the basis. I'm afraid we will be limited to those 2 questions, because we need some time for the answers. Latifa, could you be so kind as to answer this question? What measures could we put in place to make sure energy transition will benefit women who are at the very basis of the social pyramid and live in the remote areas? Well, the first step is always about creating cooperations and partnerships at a regional level, at a national level, perhaps even at an international level. It's about engaging local authorities, about spreading the good word, doing some advocacy, gathering money in order to spread information, quality information and specific information, so that you can favor, encourage and showcase the activities of the women. Women don't lack initiative, they don't lack motivation, they're up to it, they want to work upon energy transition. The problem being you are far more hard pushed when trying to find money. And I'm talking loans, not gifts. Yes? Would you like to tell a word as yourself? But because indeed women are there, they're on board, they're motivated, the solutions do exist, but still we need more support, more cooperation between local authorities and the civil society stakeholders, citizens, men and women. So the local authorities have to be able to provide your the big funds, the big money you were mentioning, Madame. René Dantec, I think you would like to take the floor. You seem like you do. How to make sure big money reaches the most needy? That's a question I've been hearing for years. Perhaps did we lack the courage to go to the very end of the debate, especially with the states, the central states, because the central states have an important role to play. They are very often between big money and big actions on field, and that's one of the main pitfalls in many countries, and one of the first questions to answer. Information. Second thing, we still lack a good portal about the possibilities in terms of finance. But it's quite easy to do, in fact. You can't find anything in French, I'm pretty sure. No website with simple information about the possibilities, about the doors you should knock at in order to find money if you have a good project to lead. One other central question that falls within the topic of climate change impact, the mutualization of the warranty. It's essential. Some loan givers pay for projects that are risky sometimes, but this happens when they consider the management cost will be lower. You need structures. Investing is always, lending money is always about risk management. You need structure management for green funds. We are able to manage small money for women. So there is perhaps not big money, but small money at least. Some steps have been done. It's not that simple. You were mentioning the impact on global warming, on climate change. You can find women organizations, like from Uganda, for instance, who have been working on the mutualization, risk sharing, accountability sharing. The more you are on board taking the risk together, the less risky it is. But we're talking simple things, of course, but simple doesn't mean not precious, doesn't mean not efficient. We have to put more pressure on the states, the central states, I believe. Perhaps would you like to add something? We are going to run late. I hope the French pavilion won't be mad at us, but I think Mr. Mohamed Kamal could answer the question as well, in English, by the way.
Just in 1 minute. I think from our own point of view, the key measure should be the first one, nothing for them without them. We should not say that our climate crisis is gender transformative while we are not involving girls and women meaningfully and authentically in decision making. The second one, gender transformative education. Education and school curriculums, activities that go beyond 50% of girls and 50% of boys are in the school classroom. This is not gender transformative. We need to challenge what we are putting in the minds of our boys and men. We really need to have gender transformative curriculum that tackles the power imbalances, that gives opportunities, equal opportunities for girls and women to take leadership role. The third one, access to information. Girls and women, their basic right is to have access to information so they can influence decision making. Last one, transparency and accountability. How are we managing the fund? How are we transferring the fund? To whom are we transferring the fund? If we are talking about climate crisis, civil society organizations should be empowered, should be supported to lead the fund, to manage the fund in collaboration with the government and girls and women cooperatives, groups and organizations. Thank you so much.
Merci, je crois que vraiment...
Many thanks. I think the support of the audience has been expressed, the needs have been expressed as well. The need for support is particularly sensitive. I would like to thank you. I would like to thank all of you, dear participants, the speakers, of course. You've been brilliant. This will be the closing remark of these side events. Many thanks once again.
Good afternoon. We will begin this event. I'm Cécile Brunier, Deputy Director of, can you hear me? I'm Cécile Brunier, Deputy Director of Sustainable Direction Development in AFD, Agence Française de Développement, and I have the honor to moderate this panel about nature-based solution for transformation. Scientists estimate that nature-based solution could provide 30% of emission reduction required to stabilize warming below 2 degrees. And in the same way, natural ecosystems contribute to the majority of solutions for adaptation to climate change. Despite those evidence, only 2% of climate finance is made of nature-based solution, a surprising gap. So last week in plenary session, President Emmanuel Macron recalled that nature is our best allies to meet climate objectives, helping developing countries with biodiversity reserve, whether marine, terrestrial, and this will contribute to the solution. That is what this event is about, how to move from demonstrating nature-based solution to scale up. To discuss this, we have on the panel Chris Buzz, Gauthier Quérou, Agnès Allosseri, and Sarah Le Guen, which I will present afterwards. But first, we have the great honor to receive Madame Bérangère Couillard, French Secretary of State of Ecology. Thank you, Madame Secretary, for accepting to introduce this event, and I will give you the floor.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I am particularly honored to be here with you in our French pavilion to introduce this event and of financing nature-based solutions. Well, allow me to welcome the presence of the representative of the UICN. Hello, sir. They are present here during this event, and I know that you've worked a lot to promote it, so thank you very much. And we have in the UICN, we owe it to UICN to have adopted the most comprehensive definition in the field back in 2016, based on the input of science and lively exchanges around the world, and over many years after the first concepts developed at the beginning of the millennium. This step was decisive for a definition to be adopted internationally last February on the occasion of 5th United Nations Environment Assembly for the environment. This recognition must now be converted into concrete actions, concrete on the ground, for both environmental and economic reasons. I would like to remind you of this essential fact. Solutions based on nature are those that, considering their cost, yield the most benefits for by also useful from a societal point of view, as they greatly strengthen the involvement of local and indigenous communities in the action against climate change and for the protection of biodiversity. France, therefore, actively supports their implementation on its territory, but also outside its borders. On this point, the French Development Agency must, by 2025, increase to 30% the number of climate finance projects with co-benefits for the biodiversity and double the budget allocated to biodiversity to reach €1 billion per year. As you can see, France is ready to support nature-based solutions. It is now up to us to think together about the financing strategies needed for their massive implementation. I am talking about it each time we meet, each time I meet with people. These meetings here on the COP27, the nature-based solutions are tackled. We speak about them at every event. I will turn now to the members of our panel to present their ideas and ambitions for meeting this challenge. I thank you all, and I wish you, of course, a very good event. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Minister.
Madam Secretary, for this introduction. I will now introduce the panel. So we have UICN, Chris Buss, who is director of Center for Economic and Finance, including agriculture, climate change, and multilateral business. He has over 30 years of experience in nature-based solutions, so we will learn a lot from that during this panel, I hope. And then we have Sarah Legans, who is Chief Strategy Officer at Gold Standard and has 20 years of experience across climate finance, innovation, carbon market, and sustainable development. And then we have two colleagues online, Agnès Allossery, Head of Program Ecosystem of the French UICN Committee, and Quentin Quéroux, who is a Natural Capital Director of Mirova, Natixis subsidies dedicated to responsible investment. He has created the Land Degradation Fund of $200 million dedicated to finance long-term nature-based investment solution. So I will first give the floor to Agnès Allossery. Agnès, you are head of program ecosystem of the French UICN committee. Can you elaborate an overview of nature-based solution? What are they? Can you present concrete projects for us?
You hear me well, and I'm sorry I cannot be with you in Egypt today. So I'm not sure you see the slides on your screen that I was showing on my screen just before that. But in case I can do without. Yeah, here they are. Thank you. So I'll ask you for the next slide, please. And I think Mrs. Couillard really well introduced the concept. I think I won't have much more to say. The concept was adopted by IUCN in the mid 2010s, and since it's been also endorsed by the United Nations General Assembly for the Environment. And here it's more or less the same definition. The important point is that we find the same building blocks, the same bricks for this concept. And I will highlight two which are critical. The first one is that the nature-based solutions have to be based on functioning ecosystems. So that's why they relate to preservation and restoration actions, for example. It's important to highlight this because there's still a trend to misunderstand that aspect. And for example, we see some measures that are more related to biomimetism, for example, be inspired by nature, or doing pure ecological engineering, but that does not really try to restore or preserve natural processes. And so these ones, they're related to nature, but they are not nature-based solutions. And that's this reliance on natural processes that also makes the nature-based solution so cost-effective, as was highlighted by the Secretary of State. Because actually, when you rely on natural processes that function well, they do not need a lot of cost of maintenance compared to, for example, engineering. The second key aspect I want to emphasize here is that nature-based solutions, the concept is not just for biodiversity protection. That's another field of policy, so to say. Here, the interest of the concept is that it brings biodiversity into other sectors which have the mandate to tackle societal challenges. So climate change, mitigation and adaptation is a key one, of course, but we can find other societal challenges, such as, for example, feeding the world. And so we need to really frame the concept of nature-based solution with these other societal challenges. Next slide, please. So to support the right interpretation of the definition of nature-based solution and also support their implementation on the ground, there was a global standard that was developed by IUCN International, which includes these environmental safeguards that I just mentioned, related to having clear benefits for the biodiversity on the ground, but it also includes many provisions regarding governance and human rights, for example. And we've heard in the international community concerns about the misuse of a concept, and therefore this standard is giving an equal weight to all criteria, including governance. So even if you have a great project with ecological benefits, for example, which address societal challenges, if the governance is not rightly implemented, this would not be recognized as a nature-based solutions as per IUCN standard. Next slide, please. So these all pieces of work were made at the international level. They are discussed in COP, in UNFCCC, and in the Convention on Biological Diversity COPs, for example, which is a great success regarding the uptake of the concept already. But at the French Committee for IUCN, we also work on how to bring those to the ground, to the operators, the local governments, the project carrier, who really can implement the nature-based solution on the ground. So this is we've been focusing on several axes to do that. Next slide, please. In France. And so a big piece of work is through a European funded project that is called Life Artisan. This focuses on climate change adaptation, and this includes a lot of capacity building for local stakeholders, but it also includes a whole thinking about all the legal procedures and funding procedures, for example, everything that relates to really rolling out the nature-based solutions on the ground. And the project is quite significant. It also includes the launch of 10 pilot sites, which started to implement nature-based solutions for adaptation. Next slide, please. One other key success, I would say, for us related to uptake of nature-based solutions in France is that we also highlighted with local governments or companies who were involved in the implementation of nature-based solution some successful cases on the ground. And we produce small booklets which relate on specific nature-based solution for societal challenges. So there was one of the first one we did was related to climate change mitigation and adaptation, managing disaster risks as well. And this includes, for example, flooding through the restoration of rivers. Sometimes these projects were not designed as nature-based solutions, but we wanted to highlight that in the whole setup, this actually now fits what we call a nature-based solution, and we want to demonstrate that this can be successfully implemented on the ground. So there are details here on the slide that you can see related to the river restoration in Brittany. Next slide, please. Just wanted to highlight that part of the implementation of those local cases also involves monitoring of whether the nature-based solution achieves its targets. And here, for this only case that I mentioned here, but you can find many more in our booklets, this clearly was a success in terms of disaster risk reduction because the restoration of the river led to a decrease of flood peaks during winter. And we also saw clear increase in the fish abundance. So we met our second big block, which is to have strong co-benefits for biodiversity. I think I may already have overpassed my time, so I will finish here, but happy to keep discussing with you this local case studies.
Thank you very much, Agnès, for this concrete illustration of nature-based solution in France. In addition, maybe I will just give two AFD examples in Senegal so that we can travel a little bit. And so as the Secretary of State said at the beginning in the AFD, in 2019, we have committed that 30% of our climate finance will also contribute to biodiversity. And this is why we have developed a lot financing of nature-based solution, because that's of course a very good contribution. And our first example, we have provided 5 million grant for the preservation of marine biodiversity and natural capital in the coastal area in Senegal. The Senegalese coastline is crucial, as 75% of the population lives within 60 kilometers from the coast. And in particular, the mangrove of Casamance and Sine Saloon have lost more than a third of their area since last century, whereas they can absorb 10 times more carbon per unit area than terrestrial forests, storing carbon in their biomass and soil, and provide many services to communities: food, filtration, protection against climate hazard and erosion. So that's first example with those mangrove in Casamance. Another Senegalese example that concretely responds to the cross-cutting issue of protection and natural resource is the project of the NAP of Pout, also in Senegal, near Dakar, where we have worked with the Nature Conservancy to promote better use of water resource and combat soil erosion by developing agricultural practices that limit water consumption and the use of pesticides through plant windbreak to limit evapotranspiration and provide valuable plant coproduction, mulching to preserve the water reserve of the soil and limit the development of weeds, plant cover on cultivating area during the winter period to limit soil erosion and adapt organic matter to the soil. And also we have promote implementation of erosion control device with rock string, filtrating dikes, stabilization of intermittent streams bank with adapted plant species. Sorry. Rehabilitation of retention basin with a permanent water body and favor to the fauna too, and construction and operation of a pilot device for artificial recharge of the water, groundwater. Ultimately, the objective was to create a public-private fund making possible to manage the water resource of this catchment area in a more sustainable way. So we have just seen several examples in France and in Senegal, and of nature-based solutions are concrete and real. So the challenge today is not to see those pilots, but to accelerate the development of this issue. Chris, could you share with us the success factor of scaling up nature-based solution, and tell us what is the aim of the partnership between IUCN and UNFCCC that have been presented this morning?
Great, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you to France and AFD for your leadership in nature-based solutions. We receive financial support from you to accelerate both the understanding and the implementation of nature-based solutions, and I think that leadership should be applauded and reflects the conversations that I think what's been really surprising here is from COP26 to COP27 of how we've had that fundamental shift from, well, if you go back a few years before that, nature and climate were not allowed to be discussed in the same room. This was about climate finance. If you wanted to talk about nature, then you'd go to CBD. But now it's fundamentally engaged in both the conventions and very much up front in the solutions. And it's great that you've allocated 30% of your climate finance to nature. I know other governments are doing the same, so perhaps I'm just throwing a little challenge out there to see if you raise it a little bit more, but I'll stick with 30%. And it's also great to start with pilots and to hear it in action and to see what it's looking like. You asked me about I think there's three things that I would sort of talk about in addressing the barriers is finance, and then the quality of MBS, and then the people. I think in relation to the finance, I think this is as Agnes really presented this very well, and you use the examples. This is multi-sectoral. This is going across different sectors and integrating. And I think sometimes it's a little bit controversial, but we say we need 300 to 400 billion a year for for successful implementation of nature and nature-based solutions, and we've only mobilized 30 to 40 million. Well, we could also shift the mindset and say, well, if we changed the funding direction of current funding that's going into agriculture, for example, and changed it that it integrated nature-based solutions, then we start getting on your journey. That your 30%, you could have put that all into solar panels or mitigation, but you put in 30%, so you've redirected some of your channels. And I think in respect to financing, I think there is two elements. That's the public financing. It's the changing the direction of subsidies, the direction of agricultural policies, of how you're actually making sure that there's incentive mechanisms rather than just production support for a low cost, high production, but actually for production systems that integrate nature, integrate people, integrate culture to achieve those societal challenges. And also, obviously, from a government like France or a northern-based country in your ODA as well, in your development funds that are going overseas, that they are, you're looking at poverty reduction, you're looking at land restoration and shifting that fund. Then there's the private sector funding, and it's great to see Gautier here because he can speak to the first one on the impact investment and the private sector direct investment into nature and nature-based solutions, and that is critical, and that is mobilizing new finance or changing the direction of different financing that is available. But also, I think it's also incumbent of us in looking at how businesses, particularly, for example, agricultural businesses or water management businesses that rely heavily on their watershed management, of actually understanding the business case of nature-based solutions. So building up to COP26, we did a report with Vivid Economics and the high-level champions to highlight the value of restoration in Africa. And if regenerative agriculture was applied in 50% of the agricultural land in Africa by 2040, this would potentially generate 5 million jobs. It would increase yields ranging from 20 to 40%, and raise actually generate nearly 70 billion for farmers. So it's really looking at it from an economic point of view. And then also you're getting your carbon storage as well. So I think it's not just mobilizing that public finance, but it's also redirecting and the public private finance as well. The other two bits I'll cover just much more quickly. The MBS is quality, and we get caught up in the MBS and carbon mitigation and carbon offsets, and it's not about that. It's a co-benefit. What we need is high-quality nature-based solutions that are delivering those societal challenges. And as Agnes said, it isn't just self-promotion as an institution. There is an IUCN standard that can help you even in your design of your projects, whether it be at public level, whether it be at program level, whether it be specific investments, can help you design that and get the benefits of nature-based solutions. So that's really ensuring the quality, and the naysayers, the people who don't like nature-based solutions, if they go into depth in the standard, that will help them. And then finally is getting to the people. And obviously underpinning nature-based solutions is a multi-stakeholder, people-centered approach. But also, I think we also really realize that there's a lot of deliverers of change. There's small-scale farmers, indigenous peoples who manage a lot of the world resources. They are the agents of change. And we need to shift our mindset to help them deliver nature-based solutions, sustainable land use management practices, by getting the finance to them. And we say, oh, that's risky. Well, actually, it's not risky. We've just spent billions and billions and trillions on COVID responses to our local stakeholders in different countries. But actually, so why don't we do the same? All of a sudden, we talk about taxpayers and responsibility, but I'm British. I don't think that British had much fiduciary responsibility behind their resources. I'm not too sure the French did either, but that was just anecdotal stories. But I think, so why don't we do that to farmers in the global south? We should be. We can get money down there, and they would be the deliverers of nature-based solutions as well. So finally, the MBS partnership that was launched today by Egypt is initiatives initially driven by governments at this stage. Well, the governments are high-level champions for non-state actor engagement. And what we're doing is mobilizing support and finance for MBS. Over the next year, going to COP28, we want to really now, this is an opportunity to accelerate nature-based solutions, the delivery, that understanding, but also really getting them implemented on the ground. So again, thank you for the opportunity to sit here. I love the subject of nature-based solutions and finance. It goes round and round and round, and there's a great lot of opportunities. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very inspiring, and all those co-benefits. Nature-based solution can solve a lot of problems, and not only help with climate, but also provide jobs and people, and we will retain that. The creation of the land degradation fund, which is dedicated to financing project contribution for achieving neutrality in terms of degradation soil, was done in 2015, and AFD has invested 7 million euro of fund in a junior tranche and 3 million of technical assistance. Mirova, a subsidiary of Natixis, was selected to structure and manage this fund. Quentin Quéru, you are Natural Capital Director of Mirova. What is the role of an investment fund when it comes to nature-based solution, and how does Mirova act to scale up a nature-based solution? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. Indeed, thanks to the support of AFD and other investors, including the European Investment Bank and also private investors, which was also the target of mobilizing more capital for nature protection and sustainable land use, we could set up this innovative fund, so the Land Degradation Neutrality Fund, that would provide long-term funding to projects on the ground that restore land and contribute to also protecting nature and promote nature-based solutions. And actually we have analyzed more than 300 projects on the ground, and have investigated how they could contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation, to biodiversity protection, to social inclusion, while being commercially viable. It was really the combination of the two. We are speaking about impact finance, so we need to have this commercial viability alongside the impacts. And the good news is that with a lot of work and expertise developed internally, and also by working with many partners, and we are happy also to work with Chris and his teams with UICN on another fund, the Nature Plus Accelerator. But with this expertise we have developed, we've really been able to identify and work with very solid and attractive projects that only need more long-term funding to develop their activities on the ground. And really our role as an investment fund is to provide the right expertise and the right funding to identify and support these projects on the ground. Maybe I can also elaborate rapidly on the blended finance components, because the LDN fund has been really set up as a public-private vehicle, where actually the public capital is providing de-risking to private funding to really encourage more mainstream investors to allocate capital to topics that are not usually part of their investment strategy. And with the support from public investors, including AFD, we could get investment from insurance companies, pension funds that are keen to contribute to the sustainable development, the climate agenda, but for which the sustainable land use or even nature-based solution remains untested or really new to their investment committee and risk departments. And so the de-risking provided by the public government is really a way to reassure the investor by taking a bit more risk. The public entities really unlock further funding, and in turn, with the fund managed by Mirova, we can really tailor funding that are at the same time adapted to the needs of the project's operators on the ground, and also suitable for private investments. But we are really speaking here again impact investments.
Thank you, Quentin. We are very happy to learn that nature-based solutions are financially viable, and that this can be financed, including by private sector and funds like you. You just need to be able to structure and, as you told, to leverage the risk. But it's really, I think, a very important testimony to know that. But scaling up is one thing, but we also, and you told about it also, Chris, we also have to make sure of the quality of the nature-based solution, and that's a very difficult part. Because even to finance them, they have to be some standard, and they must follow certain rules to be effective, and to avoid greenwashing and maladaptation. So, Sarah Jens, what are the solutions gold standard can bring to this? How can you address the different issues raised in the relation of the use of nature-based solution, low quality, lack of recognition, and the role of community living in the project area? We are keen to hear you.
Thank you so much for the question and for the opportunity to be with you today. The good news is that Gold Standard has nearly 20 years of experience doing exactly that, avoiding greenwashing, ensuring catalyzing finance, and working to maximize that impact. For those of you who aren't aware of Gold Standard, we are an NGO based in Switzerland, originally created to ensure environmental integrity, but also sustainable development in the first market mechanism, the clean development mechanism following the Kyoto Protocol. So since then, we've used those core fundamentals from safeguarding principles, local stakeholder engagement, robust quantification and MRV, to new and scalable solutions like corporate value change and sustainable finance, including blended finance. We love it. So to get back to that question, how do we do that, or how do we think about it in terms of what the private sector needs, but also the technical reality? It's such an important question, because now that this finance is finally flowing, what we really don't want to happen is that the investors are caught up in greenwashing, whether knowingly or not. And we do know that the private sector, like Morova and others, are very keen to do more. And they're increasingly regulated. Just recently going into effect the EU corporate social responsibility disclosure requirements, which applies beyond just companies based in the EU if they have material footprints here, or in the EU rather. We also see that the war in Ukraine and the COVID crisis has made it so much more important to make sure that supply chains are resilient, so that's another catalyst for finance. So we do see that finance is ready and they're serious about investing, but that credibility is so important on many levels to secure a long-term investment. So we think that if nature-based solutions can be shown to be a credible investment that allows private sector to meet regulation, and better yet, stay ahead of it, to respond to their consumer and their own investor demands for better sustainability performance, and then secure their product supply, we think the investment will indeed flow, as it can create more impact per dollar or euro invested in mitigation, in resilience, biodiversity, social impact straight across the SDGs. So technically, how does Gold Standard address these quality issues that can appear and be challenging in NBS or really any type of intervention? Again, we take that 20 years experience in managing, measuring, and maximizing impact, and we ensure that our standard, it's called Gold Standard for the Global Goals, represents best practice on an ongoing basis so that it continuously evolves to reflect the latest science, the realities on the ground, new frameworks to align with so that investments, for example, will already be compliant with IFC principles, as an example. So within the nature-based solution standard that Gold Standard is able to provide, again, back to the safeguardings where it all begins, making sure that those are best in class and that they're assessed annually, not just up front, that there are corrective actions built in, and if they're not resolved, the project would not be able to be included in a portfolio, for example, or a fund. Continuous stakeholder engagement. Again, these are not just one-time and once-and-done engagements. These are ongoing stakeholder consultations, ensuring the rights of indigenous communities are respected, that their voices and ambitions are heard and responded to and engaged throughout the process. And third, we ensure that we have clear guidance, not only on what to measure, to define the KPIs and metrics that are relevant, but also how to do so with robust quantification methodologies and how to address challenges like data gaps, which exist in many instances. And then finally, the independent third-party verification. So it's one thing to do a self-assessment and ask to trust me with my claim, but it's much better and much more credible to have an independent third party do so and say, yes, what is being claimed is true. So I think in this way, we are able to not only help ensure the success of a nature-based solution intervention, but also protect the investment, ensure the success of that investment, and ensure the credibility of the investors so that they can invest more and in the long term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So we have now different information which will enable us to see how to scale up a nature-based solution. We have the certitude that it contributes to a lot more than biodiversity and climate, but also to the community, to jobs, and to economy at the end. We have a model of architecture of for finance, including private finance, and that can leverage finance and find that nature-based solution are viable on a financial way. We also have a framework to certify and with an independent third parties that can say what is really nature-based solution or not. So we have quite everything to be aligned with the next framework of for biodiversity and far beyond. I would maybe, as we still have sometimes, COP15 is coming in Montreal next week, and maybe all this will also, I'm sure, contribute to this new engagement and to see what we can plan and maybe make the dream real when we will be at the COP20. Maybe I don't know if you want to elaborate something about what are the next steps and how we can build this whole architecture and find out how this will help to solve the big difficulties we are in with climate and maybe meet the 2 degrees objectives. I don't know, Chris?
Yeah. Okay, it's a bit more for us. Well, perhaps I can take the opportunity, because you started talking about the Montreal and CBD 15. And that's also one of the underlying principles of the MBS partnership that was launched this morning. It's not just about climate finance, it's also about it's also working across the other conventions and how we ensure the integration of nature-based solutions in the crises that we are facing, which is quite often put as the climate and biodiversity. But I think what we've seen now over the last year is the energy crisis and the food crisis, and our reliance on one country. I mean, Ukraine probably wasn't on the map in regards to its agricultural production, but it's obviously is having a significant impact. And so I think, we will quite often, I think so I'm sort of not talking so much about next steps, but I'm talking about how we think in the future is things that the MBS partnership will be driving, is that integration of nature and nature-based solutions into financing models. But I think we also need to be changing our systems as well, and how we change the systems, because too often we green what we're trying to do at the moment, but we need to fundamentally change our production systems to address the climate problems, but address the biodiversity. But I think, I come from a very sort of agricultural background and people-centered, so I'm always a little bit biased, but driving the agricultural systems and changing those to not just be a monoculture system. And it's fundamentally wrong that a country like Tanzania, with a very good size and very lot of land and spare land, is now having a food crisis because it imported 50% of its grain from the Ukraine. There should be resilient systems in there that nature can support to drive through. And I think so partnerships like the MBS partnership to accelerate finance in the right direction will be essential.
I don't know, before we close the session, if somebody online wants to say some last conclusion words, Agnès or Quentin?
I can start quickly, or just, I just wanted to echo what Chris just said about the other sectors, and this can also be a way. So I told you about these booklets that we do. So it's a long journey. We started several years ago, but to really echo the point about agricultural production, for example, we're now launching a whole cycle about nature-based solution for food security. And we coined the phrasing before the war in Ukraine, but it takes even more sense today. So we just keep trying, I would say, with our pilgrim hat and stick, trying to showcase how this can be implemented in all sectors. I really think that the link with the territories is very crucial, and so we really found a way to show by the proof and showing the way, leading examples to do that. But so I think the key points are keep working with the stakeholders and demonstrates to the diversity of sectors and the diversity of stakeholders that they can all have a role to play. So of course, I think as a national committee, we have a chance to have this link with the stakeholders, but I think in other countries, this can be other institutions also that can carry this lead. Anyway, we're very happy if we can share our experience with that as well. And I think, that was the main point for me.
Thank you very much. Maybe we will now close because it's time. So thank you, everybody, for your contribution. We have seen that nature-based solutions have a great potential of scale-up and already a lot of tools and financing architecture and certifications that can help scaling it up. And so we hope in the way to COP15 we will continue to mainstream and scale up all these solutions so that they can contribute to the biodiversity, climate crisis in all the sectors, agriculture and all the other sectors. I know I have a water sector background, and that's also a place where nature-based solutions are very, very important, useful, and our solution for the future. So thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.